taking place. But now my eyes are open, and I can see that every step that I'm taking, you're here with me. And we will build these walls together, together. 'Cause this time we're found home, and we will make this stand forever, forever. 'Cause this time we're found home, and we will build these walls together, together. 'Cause this time we're found
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our Sun and Moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. And the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here. Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains, and the 2 outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schonfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious ring stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545). And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kosor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's Day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight near Nordlingen and in other places in the Rise and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. 1549. In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Rise and in Swabia on a clear night. 1549. In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. 1551. Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. 1551. 1551 years after the birth of Christ, in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. (1551). 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle, Revelations. This simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The geo, petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below, sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from Scriptures. The Mayan calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From Scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble, and we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kashina, and that the purifier, the red star Kashina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop, had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from the Last Cry Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the Blue Kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the Blue Kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the Blue Star Kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first Blue Kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the Blue Star Kachina would physically appear in our heavens which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the two brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Wagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole, and his brother Palangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days, the blue star Kachina will come to be with his nephews, and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their Patu Votas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star Kachina, who is also known as Nan Shohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red Kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane, for we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind, for in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities, through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know our Creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to Spirit will see the face of the Creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further. Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square metre decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square metre decrease causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also backed the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in 2 stages. Once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380, and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider, it shows normal weather. But when the rings become narrower and closer together, it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east, I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapor can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mud floods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will arise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes and various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations and perplexity, because of the warring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, "People fading with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken." 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 speaks, "But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with a word, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed." Revelation chapter 8 verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29 verse 6 speaks, "You will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire." Revelation chapter 6 verse 12 And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black, like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelation chapter 8, verse 5. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder, and rumbling, and flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Revelation chapter 11, verse 19. Speak. Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake, and a great hailstone. Revelation chapter 16, verse 18 speaks. And there were flashes of lightning, and rumbling, and peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake.
How can you see into my eyes like open
FPV Angel. Every time I see a halo, I think of you. Shout out to FPV Angel, who breaks down the history of a sun halo. And there you go. That's a really, really good one, guys.
my spirit sleeping somewhere cold until you find me there and lead it back home. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside.
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now. And it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel. The channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild, made me realise I was definitely paddling in the shallow end, and it makes me even more humble to realise that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it, I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found Flat Earth, I thought, oh, hello, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, I made this channel in 2016 to intentionally to look deeper into Flat Earth, because I've been looking into Flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you've got things that go on in your mind over years, and certain things in Flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, my research started when it came to Flat Earth. They were passing around I think it was the E-map, the Gleasons. There was the everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and there's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct, and what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay. Which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah. That's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. What you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say.
Fascinating.
Is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. It's You see that there where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say
Yeah,
that?
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
right on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research, you started studying the Nazca lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid, all this grid is the Nazca mandala and the sun star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. You know,
Okay.
it became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map.
Okay, so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it? This
I'm not sure what they classed it as. You know, it's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry, where did it?
This is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's
Okay.
I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just
There,
you creating some.
right. That's its location there on the map. You see
Oh, I
that?
see. Can you zoom in a bit more? And sort of.
It's Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get
Okay.
worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange. You know, considering the technology we've got today. So to me, they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes, so these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or they?
No, these are all part of the grid. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now
I see.
the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, the Google Earth images, and
Yes.
what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they give it.
Right.
Because
I
you'll
see.
find
Flatten
you'll
them
find
out.
Google, yeah, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So
Okay.
this is the only map I came across that actually had, where things would line up correctly in the world, and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here, instance, see this dot here,
Yes.
this is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And
That one there is the German Intercontinental Drilling Program. It's right there. So, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map.
The
This is what I,
Mercator.
I call it the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And
We'll,
what?
we'll, we'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, angelic particle matrix is
Right.
the name
The
of your
name.
team. Yeah. How does that come
Yeah.
about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and say
Just
it.
just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across
Yes,
the plane.
yes,
And
yes.
in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, yeah, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid, this
Fant-
technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. when I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video I made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. In the 1800s,
Yes.
they were flying over the Americas in these
Yes.
and pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me.
Okay.
It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey, how you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly. I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me,
Yeah.
that
Similar
it was
journey to us.
yeah. So, and before I met FPV, though, I was also looking into like earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes
Wow.
very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, what he was talking about and how to do it. And it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and Cats, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and, amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched this guy and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this. So when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and I'll just tell you something in my soul
Yes.
just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was the proper path for me to go down. So
Awesome.
I asked him, for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video and, because there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in. And I just asked him question after question after question. And it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on. And so I asked him for a copy of the map, and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because
Wow.
I know how they flow, and I've studied it long enough that I can, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him, and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, this is amazing, and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And we deciphered that this technology, turning on and working
Wow.
is what's causing the vibration. So then we
Okay.
progressed.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense,
Okay.
and he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work.
Okay.
And I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatedly. And he also would forecast. He would forecast,
Yes.
because this hit here, it's going to hit here. because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me.
Mm.
I'm like, oh my gosh, science and the USGS and stuff like that, they don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. Think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And
Yeah.
so you built up some knowledge, and have you? So he's walked away, but are you able to? I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now, so that you can share in a given year, perhaps, or a given few years where you think
Well,
earthquakes are
if I
going to come about?
if I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do.
Okay.
He did that with accuracy. I went and I got my own earthquake 3D, so I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel,
Okay.
and trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting, and hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years.
I guess
So,
prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the commonality, can't you? I
what the
guess.
key to me is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So
Okay.
they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. And
Yes.
that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. It comes in from the outside, and it does its flow, and it does it every single, every so many
Wow.
days over and over. It's
Mm,
repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Do you want me
fantastic.
to? Do you want me
Yes,
to play
please.
this clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the
That's
condor bird. Yeah.
awesome. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not.
So what this is
Excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? There we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, we talk a lot about compression expansion. So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own. But
Okay.
then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatably
I see.
every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data, and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over
Yes.
time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides, and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that
Yes.
he's overlaid,
Mm.
and these star halos to form our torus to come back in. Now you have
I
to
see.
remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my
Sure.
animations because I can't prove that.
And just
And
sorry to interrupt you. Just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
software package that people can get for free,
Okay.
or you can pay $20, and it's a little more enhanced. So I
Okay.
paid for mine. But that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I actually used it and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day.
Wow.
And that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit and realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the Earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
And that's telling you where they are. Okay.
yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit,
I see.
and it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit.
That's
And so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer.
oh.
And then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north and it hit
That's
that spot. It was following our luminaries.
that is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So,
There's a model below, and
okay,
we're seeing it above in the heavens. So
okay.
what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below, so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow,
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes,
I
which is
see.
why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
And before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research. But we're at the moment, I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we just started talking on Hangouts and we progressed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic.
oh, what you forgot to mention, Mom, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
The antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah. Well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error
Okay.
was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer.
Yes.
So he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or
Okay.
California.
Okay.
Well, it never did. It never did. And I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that. And I think he kind of ghosted me out of his
I understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016? Is it 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
3 of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes. Is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has 2.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You
There
see
we
that, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from. And what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. Like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and gone through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay, so is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online, and
Yes.
what I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course, even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. But portal is a gate. It's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and sort of what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah, anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
We're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is.
Yes.
It does harden you over time, but
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You've got to find people's interests and knowledge base so they understand what it is you're telling them.
yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I synced the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
Okay.
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and...
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google Mimic Map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you can go through all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recording
water.
It's a lot more. It's recording a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow.
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. Yeah. All right. So will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics app, map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean,
Okay.
It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which ones? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let this play, and you'll see. Currently, it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. You know, they'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? Waveforms of the moisture or waveforms of electromagnetism? What are they?
Well, what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
If you look at the sun, it's always directly in between 2 waveforms. That waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh, no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now, remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you saying?
No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You know, you're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but I'm struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognize. Rahu would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Right.
So this.
Wait a minute. Rahu's in the north. Sorry. Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that.
But
whose oscilloscope is that?
That's just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date on. That information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally, the pennies dropped.
So even they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. You know, they're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but...
Yeah, that's got it on hold, yeah, because, you know, how do you go identifying them all?
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Right.
But, you know, what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now, that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
Yes.
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
Crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up. It's
Yeah.
too blatant.
Well, what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See it?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east, here's its path. I'm sure you'll recognise that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night.
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process, and this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done the presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment, so why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates. Yeah, to us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate.
Gate.
Yeah.
So,
these are portals or gates. And there's more than, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the book that got
Enoch.
removed from the Bible.
One Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca Mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? It's no coincidence, is it?
And
They're talking about the same thing.
amazing. So without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
right.
please.
You see these, you notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from Scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. No, that's got to be your 24 elders Scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
Yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another Scripture, because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So, this is where Scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the Geopetron hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in Geopetron hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book, and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden, decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So you
Yeah.
Well,
You know from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes,
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was a surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You look at spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now. All the hidden histories guys, Martin Leaker and the likes. They've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, you're going
Awesome.
to see people everywhere looking at it. But to connect it all into stories telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and like harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, okay, so these dots are on the original
Yeah,
Peruvian template.
yes,
They are.
all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144,
Yeah,
and you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
got it.
So, so you can pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah,
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And
So
we can see that's changed over time.
one of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. That what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date line's cut in half. This is what they've done is they took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Master screen sharing.
You are, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let One talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see like off to the right-hand side, Virgo's cut because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So do you mind if I stop you there, please, One? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. Do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at EFPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map,
Okay.
which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia,
Mm-hmm.
have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart,
What?
according, yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait on
FPV,
my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where one is talking about if you know? It's up there. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands, and they're 3 miles apart, called the Diomedes. And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? That, I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's very,
Significant.
it was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe, ultimately.
Yeah.
You know, these two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands out there, but one of them is, they're not Russia and Alaska, because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise on a
100%.
3-mile apart island.
That's just blown my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the ship, the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international date line. The international date line is where they've cut the map, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the 2 different color arrows are 2 different cruises, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
Yes.
and to California. It's an ocean.
Yes.
Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the date line, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket, okay?
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people
Yes.
to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow?
So
right there.
Down the,
okay,
no,
and we're
near
just
the
going to
bottom,
follow
yeah.
the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the date line, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. They could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere. So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja, California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii. You do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands. Come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean. Come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international date line, not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this date line is not what they say it is. What you're talking about is 2 opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west. You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international date line showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down
So
in that
that,
middle bit down halfway down,
yeah,
weren't you? Yeah, okay.
yep, yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there.
Mm.
So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
Amazing.
you know, next it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This
Yes.
ring of fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and
Okay.
the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath.
Well, there's
The ground.
30,000 particle accelerators in our world,
Wow.
and most of us don't know that
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
because you can look it up.
Okay.
I've looked it up.
when
I've
you,
mapped them.
okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list
Oh, I
of
see.
many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones.
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then.
CERN is the most famous, and
I
it's
see.
the one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot
Wow.
that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do
Which
we
you would
think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? They took over it.
That's what we think, yes.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes. Understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, look what we built.
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing.
Amazing.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So Go ahead. One, did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, just one more map
Okay.
is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it it just goes straight across. Um,
Oh, wow.
we haven't really concluded what that is. You know, it could be some kind of a gaseous release. You know, I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. You know, one theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because,
Okay.
you know, but we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. You know, there's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
You know, and I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
You know, I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So,
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you know, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds like this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
yeah, I think almost 4 years,
Awesome.
3 years,
Amazing.
something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things. We were looking at cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this seasons video.
Yes,
This
yes.
one here, you know, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, you know, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah. I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you know, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. You know, that one, there's a one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay. So I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
That's our 24-hour sun. That was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
That's the path it would have to take.
And it cuts across the middle and goes round the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's you know, it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around the outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So, you know, again, Robin, you know, we've got to keep it real. No guessing, no trying to, you know, putting your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. You know, it could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right, because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So, we did try and work with those maps and we couldn't make sense of them. And this map's helped progress this a lot further. So,
Okay.
but I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is
Oh, yeah,
exactly where it's seen?
yeah, yeah. Because this is real world data from
Okay.
New Zealand that have synced to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from,
Yes.
and that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind's blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens? This one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure eight. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. I've put an animation there. You see that? So
Right.
it's basic. That's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So
yeah.
does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right? The sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. I've only looked at it once and I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly. It's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north.
Yes.
Because according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south, and then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker.
I
So the
see.
sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The sun
The sun
takes.
takes longer going north and south, yet
Yes.
the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow.
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
Amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah, well, Dave Marsh tracks the moon daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data. Massive
Yeah,
table.
so ideally where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes. Very
And
good.
it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow. Right.
Which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals, not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides,
So-
as in off the grid here somewhere.
Yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up; it's just got a short distance to go, so it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north is
Yeah, well,
it's a bit
it's
less.
closer to landmass. It'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So if
Okay.
it's set off from that gate there,
Yeah,
it take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So
I
you're going
see,
to see. So if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, hold on a minute, it was there. You just didn't know it's further back or further forward.
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah, yeah,
Got it.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I
Our
see.
short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels, because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So you know the video you've got with Simple Minds.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I'll bring another one up with it. So you
or
may have to
anyone
really-
you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
What we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I've made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And
Okay.
it's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now, if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to.
Amazing.
Which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking,
Yeah.
they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just it. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah. As
You
it
follow?
does, the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
Shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to where it represents. You see the beetle,
Yes.
and obviously the sun.
They were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
You can see why. You know, it's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it.
goodness me, and they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
The most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow, but you know, I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but as we decode it, we come across a lot like that, a lot of coincidences.
Yeah, well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool, and you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away, because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles.
Okay.
And once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book, these halos.
Are they really? Described
Yes.
as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. If you look at our End Times Decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've, featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
because what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end
Yes.
of a cycle is what
Amazing.
it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet
So all
you
this,
I bet
you
you
know,
people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
you see how it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's
Go-
actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
So what we did with the Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it rates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here, so they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you
yes.
there's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but it is
Yes.
definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past, was it Saturn? Or was it a planet?
I'm not sure which
If
video
you
you
can't find it, don't worry. But there is one that shows the
Jupiter.
The
there's
lunar
the
wave thing.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, it's the lunar wave, right?
Let's bring that up because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for, yeah,
Yeah.
right, okay, right. So the lunar wave, I made this video here. It's this is 1111 Codes channel. You
Yes.
see this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right. So very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, well, this, I was going to say this, but these, there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
Uh,
yes.
I'll just leave it playing because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
Yeah, and what I love is I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, this one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got. I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 Code did here. He looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why isn't that part of the sun? He knows the part of the sun halo.
Yes.
But what he found was, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. Even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay. What would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right,
They
hold
would
on.
be called,
I'll just put this one here.
yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims
Okay.
have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting. And
So that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You're finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So what
yes.
it's telling, so what the sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Though scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures. The seal of 144,000 is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, a very large complex in various layers, it seems, as well. Talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what
Wow.
it's telling you.
Which, so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, but I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to
Yeah,
ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, did you
Okay,
go ahead?
let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes. Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have I guess, our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it.
Okay.
Because the large body is way bigger and that's the room than...
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah. This would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, so it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay, and forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
Okay.
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy. Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these
Well, it's the
conclusions.
Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember
Okay.
that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map, or is it just make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
But
sorry, thousands, yeah.
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is they're location markers for where some of them are. These ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. King, what it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing. They're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're
They
on,
are.
but yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on, that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. He describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning.
Hmm.
His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah, scriptures does say, they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see, jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not living at, you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate. They've been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this? Yeah.
I can.
Right. This is Santos Bonacci giving Lily Day Rose some a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and where it places on the map. Because this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and he was it kind of startled him. He didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing, my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for years. Goodness me.
But the good thing is he was able to recognize lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and he just gives you little tips. Santos, that's how it works. He'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
So I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Okay. Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, this is him going through the torus field presentation with Lily Rose Day.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow, and orange, yellow parts of the colour spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed, and it still had power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
That equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay, so he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Yeah, coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water.
Okay.
That's the only moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a back pressure.
And then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, up and down as well.
And down as well.
It's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on Walter's motor, then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent torus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you
Yeah.
mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. What like how electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So
Yes.
they're always in opposition.
Mm-hmm.
So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's why you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah.
It's dividing the positives and negatives, and it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay,
But,
so charged
so
particles go naturally to the positive and negative.
yeah. Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay, okay.
And so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar
I see.
for it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. If you look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest done itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So that there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies.
A
It
self-perpetuating.
multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. It's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Let right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, he's not, sadly.
Okay.
He'd have been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome.
It is.
Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, they've nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission currently.
Fantastic. Wow, salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back you were overlaying this onto the
right. So I
onto
used
the
the
grid.
same principles. Yeah, I used Walter's principles on the realm, and of course that's why we see the equator being red. It's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But
Yes.
it's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. They depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, pole shift events, wars, bad schooling, indoctrination, and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric,
It does. It covers everything,
archaeological,
doesn't it?
geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone, you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm? Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video, the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like.
Yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. Now this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data coming to, you could see it visually taking place now with this.
One, did you want to step in?
I mean, the only thing I could really add to that is, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, as the water, the energy is coming in and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes.
These are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think. Yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just maximize you 1 second. There we go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. They appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh, yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared of the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove.
It looks like
same type of...
Looks like a mining operation.
Yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them. If they're not active, which I'm thinking, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove.
Yes.
Just like before. Looks a lot older, So we get into Google, and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing.
Yes.
You can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology.
Okay.
That looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just
engineered. I mean, they do, but engineered by who? Was it man? This is Hawaii, and Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming off of Hawaii, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on. These tubes, these I still try to find the words.
Me too. It's like almost like the the children's connector sticks that
Yeah.
that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that? Sorry.
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu,
Okay.
and they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different.
I tell you what,
That's just
Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
probably.
Yeah.
She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu
Yeah.
or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, and FPV's working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But,
Okay.
um,
So thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines the one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model.
Okay.
They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But they're not as clear. Google obscure them. Same again. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they?
That's how one concentrates them. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow.
A lot of parts of the ocean you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because
Okay.
the next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You're going to see the cause in the next video.
Great, let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
Let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, what one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to maximize you. There you go.
Right. So the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now
Yes.
Rahu would be, see the shadow,
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
and now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind-blowing, it's absolutely beautiful. That piece of software, or however you're doing that, is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or
Yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it like this. And it's, to me, that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Ah, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is.
Did
See
you?
that?
And we just took a picture, a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here
Yes.
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So,
No wonder these things. No wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right? Is that
yeah.
what you mean, electromagnetism?
Yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. Look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
di-
And
it
that
divides and multiplies. We really are an image of it.
and that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and there's definitely, maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that. And like I said, the next video, you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had.
Oh, yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant,
Yes.
But there's all these other little things that we see.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
That's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds. They're
like
fantastic.
these,
That's the one.
Yeah. You're going to have to consider electromagnetics. What can make a cloud take form? Everyone ask yourself this question: what can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex basically and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you concentrate on swimming?
No, we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
GoPro rocket.
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash.
Right. Yeah. I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome. If a rocket hit anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's no crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed, and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off, and of course pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the rocket?
Yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah,
Oh,
this
okay.
that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I see.
The nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No. It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. It's, nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of it appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. Where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well,
No.
we might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real-world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But
Okay.
same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real-world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Lovely tease. Beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next shows. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave?
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
so there's the moon one, right?
Yeah. So a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah. Yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
To just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes. Looks like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah. But you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now this does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin. One of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon.
Yeah, they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, Take Back Space TV. So
Okay.
he's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see them again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, he was probably
amazing.
You can see now, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, once you find one, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again because it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience captured. You come outside and there's one right above her house, look.
Goodness me.
You can see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
behind the chemtrails.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. Okay, it's strange. The chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah,
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
that's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat Earth proofs. We're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes, because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mud floods briefly, and could we just cover mud floods and resets and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mud floods, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened because of the cycles of our Earth. I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So I went back and studied and looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one, not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
They have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And
So,
the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
yes,
Oh,
that's
wow.
their key and their shading. And we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also going to, it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So we're going to have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
And this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well, we call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively, massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore. So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today, and something's going to occur with our technology, a shift, or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So
So the central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
yeah.
Okay.
But we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time.
Sure.
But you're lowlands, you're an island. So other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken
You know,
cities.
why? Exactly, exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water's going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Indonesia is yeah, that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
Yeah, I need to.
they have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right, so this is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets, and you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to all of, well, most, probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos
Yes.
where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that, and easily enough we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusenin, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mud floods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then? Or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place. But there could also be, other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so while
Yeah, please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to a sign of warning. It's another projection. It goes about its business, and they just repeat in history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me, it's to us the signs of change. And
Yes.
This is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other.
Okay.
So, and a good reference to one was one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that is local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close. And obviously, remember, the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1 million question? When is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now, it's
gosh.
already started.
Amazing.
Because
Okay.
what you're going to find in the End Times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes affects all life.
Yes.
In genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change.
Wow.
And you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read. Yeah. Lots of different
Yeah.
hybrids of things. Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening, and it's there, and it happens in history. And go touching on the touchy subjects, transgenders, and all this, that, and the other. All these agendas. Our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow. Well,
you can't hide it, so you promote it.
There's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
There really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No. Well, we did have one other subject, which was Colosseums, but I think I think we should start to wrap up here. And the Colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You've seen him yourself, all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Ed Leeds Scalin's work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression, and he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils, some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
And it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. Yeah, I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine with the 12 are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. When I met him, I thought, wow, at last, someone genuine, because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. He'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So
Superb.
it's cool. And of course you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little play in that. So let's say,
Wow.
been kind of advising him on builds.
Well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects, which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because it will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got a computer and things. So we help him put the presentation together and post it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
And do you want to shout out the others as well?
yeah, Rose, Jimbo. If you look at Giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans, where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. No, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that where people are following on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Coolpix and her husband, who's doing amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
And doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modelling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know, see. I'm quite computer literate, and I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So now to in fact bring them into our project, and like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat Size as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat Size. I met Cat Size before I even came to Flat Earth. I mean, Cat Size used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met, and that's when I came across Flat Earth when I was moderating in this news stream. I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them, thinking, "Oh, there's something here." You're like a terrier. You get your teeth into it. You're not going to let go, are you? There's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat Size. Give it a shout out. She helps us with scriptural decodings because she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible.
Awesome.
And of course, it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, you know, what this in the Bible actually relates more to this than
Yes.
characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but you know, a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't.
No.
You know, our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, you know, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in. And we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
Amazing.
you know, so it's a case of tiptoeing, you know, you're tiptoeing around everywhere really. It's from they want you to prove their, you know, their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real, get all the data in and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Katz, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject, because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams, because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note, and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. City screamer, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay to the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight.
whoever got FTV, this is for you, buddy.
Oh yeah. Let there be love. Oh yeah. I know what I want. I know what I feel. I know what I want. Alright. So let it be love. Let it be love.
Today we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca lines truly represent and portray, the technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. and that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies, the golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and One Conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow, from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as One Conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer One Conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Walter decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides, the seawater of course being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications such as Perseus to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field, basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important, and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine, Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate. The primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6. And before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks, the metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites, are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atom slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage could be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on, and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens, electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us, and this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our Sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? You want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6 foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52 room university to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by series confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the center of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiraling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, The data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves the creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, the Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realize they are all referencing the exact same thing. Their explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, Scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in Geo, Petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light. Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ankh, the crossplate, represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember.
Give us this day all that you showed me, the power and the glory, till my kingdom come. Give us this day all that you showed me, the power and the glory, till my kingdom come. Give
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video, we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello, so today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals are some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the ALICE reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. Naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Isolde Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus. They explore new regions of the nucleus chart and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Isolde takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to